Hello, can you get... Okay, there we go. Okay, never mind. We're good.
Hello, everybody. Baroon, 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 Baron, Baron, Baroon. Good evening. Oh.
Just keep them. Just keep them. Just keep them. Just keep them. Just keep them.
Bald.
What's up?
Look what I put bleach on the wall. Kinda got the mold off of it. Oh,
Good job, man. You got most of it off, if not all of it.
the paint. I think the gloss has just come off, not the paint. The final finish. Maybe a bit more. It's hard to tell.
Doesn't matter. There was mold damage anyway. The paint job was not able to be saved in the first place. The paint job was already far too far.
I realized white vinegar would have probably been a better option for a wall, which is a porous object. Non-porous, you need to use like vinegar. You can use bleach for non-porous.
As far as I'm aware, bleach is fine on a wall.
Not painted,
Wall is
not painted.
in with because of the mold. So
Apparently, it's not fully effective on
Well,
a porous object. Like
the
it's not fully.
long terms, you did a good short term solution, but the only viable long term solution is for them to cut out that section of drywall, spray some mold killer inside the wall, because if there's mold on the outside, there's mold on the inside. There's no way you could have gotten it all, no. But at least you got the stuff you could. Now you need to get your landlord to come in and do some renovations, because they need to cut into the wall, demold the entirety of the inside, and who knows how far that's spread across which rooms of the house or dwelling. It's a very serious issue. You've done what you can, but your landlord needs to put some serious thought into this.
The mold down there doesn't seem to be in the wall. I mean, it could be, but that seemed to
If
be a
it came
surface
out of the
mold.
wall, if it's on the wall, on the surface of the wall, you have to assume it's inside the wall. I've dealt with mold in dwellings before.
I guess, but like,
If it's visible there, it's inside your wall. 100%.
am I breathing in the stuff in the wall, or have I got rid of the stuff I'm breathing in?
You've gotten rid of most of the stuff you're breathing in, but the stuff in the wall can still hurt you over a long span of time. It's not as bad for you because it's less exposed to
Just
air.
gonna keep coming back. I
But
mean, the
say,
rooms
for
are shit.
example, Philly, say for example, if you kicked a hole in the wall right now, that'd be letting all the mold spores out. But right now you did what you could surface-wise, but you need the landlord to come in. That's a very serious issue that could impact your breathing for the rest of your life.
But that's why they're avoiding it, because if someone sees that, they could get closed down.
Possibly, depends on the area. A lot of building inspectors just don't care about mold because it's everywhere.
I feel bad about the guy who lived in this room before, who moved into another room. The other room, he had asthma, so I'm gonna ask him if he had any more like asthma attacks in the room, because like, maybe if he didn't, then maybe it's not the toxic black mold, it's just black mold, because basically every mold's black, like from water.
I'm not sure about the distinction because black mold is supposed to be toxic. However,
yeah, but that's one strain. Most strains
there's
are black.
multiple colors of mold. There's like green mold that's on food. Most mold I've seen in buildings is black, but I'm not sure about it being the toxic kind.
Yeah, apparently people just
Then some
over.
people say all black mold is always toxic.
I mean, it's a pet like the all black mold is bad for you, but like toxic ones like really bad. I'm gonna spray vinegar on the bit that's coming off up there. Because I feel like vinegar will. I don't know. I might as well just use the bleach to be honest. Kind of gotten some in my eye though, but I'm all good. I'm probably just
You
gonna
got
let
bleach
them.
in the
do-
eye? Philly, you got bleach in your eye?
Something went in my eye, like.
Please
It was
tell
just a little.
Please tell me that you thoroughly washed your eye out the best you could after that. Please.
Oh well, like, I think it just hit my eyelid. It didn't burn. That's how I wasn't really worried, because I didn't feel one single little burn. My eyes were just dry off being stoned. And if bleach gets in your eye and chlorine, it's definitely gonna fucking burn. And I didn't get one single burning sensation. Delayed bleach. Nah, mate, this is no scrub this shit, mate. I sprayed this on the fucking mold and it just went.
DC, this is
Tell
not an
everyone.
oven cleaner. This is not an oven cleaner moment, DC. Please be serious. Philly's gonna take our advice verbatim, so please don't troll him about this.
Yeah, I mean, like, bleach can take the dye out of clothes. That can't be good for your eyes. Just saying, you know what I'm saying?
You'd feel it burn when in your eye. Saying that you don't have pain receptors in your eyes, so.
I thought that was like what mustard gas was, though, like bleach or some kind of like fumigated like bleach or whatnot. Or maybe I'm just wrong.
Bleach and ammonia.
Yeah, that's one thing.
Bleach and ammonia makes a toxic gas.
Makes mustard gas.
I think it specifically makes chlorine gas, but I'm not sure about the distinction between chlorine and mustard gas. They're both toxic.
I stuck my eye under the tap, but that was just with my eye closed. I think it was the tiniest bit that was floating in the air from like 5 feet away or 3 feet away. Like, I don't think it did. I would feel it's like burning sensation because you always do it, even if you get like soap in your eye. So I could imagine the fucking pain of getting chlorine and bleach in your eye. That shit would fucking. That shit. I didn't get one single burn feeling. So like maybe like a tiny fucking like little itch, and then it was gone.
You can tell the difference between mold and mildew, right? Because like outside in my sunroom, like where I used to have my little like theater thing, like
bro, let me show you a picture, right? This was bad, bro. It's all gone now thanks to this bleach though. Make sure I don't accidentally. That was it, but like. That's such bad quality. And then, yeah, I made sure none went on the carpet, but I think I should wear goggles or something. I might go wear some swimming goggles, imagine that, wearing swimming goggles and doing fucking...
No, they make some, they make goggles for doing stuff like that. We used to have them at work. They look like ski goggles, but they're made for working in it.
Because one thing I am worrying about is my left eye's like tripping out of stuff like flashes and like.
Swimming goggles are kind of ghetto, but if all you can get is swimming goggles, at least they're designed to be air and water tight. But the professional commercial grade ones like Ray was talking about, hell of a lot better than swimming goggles. But
I mean, actually, yeah, because swimming goggles, it'll go on rubber and then you're fucked.
Well, the ones we're talking about are a whole lot more comfortable too, is what I'm saying.
Oh, hell yeah.
Do you think I should just leave it until the handyman comes? He says he's gonna rip the plaster off, but like, they said there's always gonna be mold, like it's always gonna come back. But I won't be here for at least 6 months, so I would say less, maybe 6 months max, maybe it's 8 months. Pushing it, but I'll probably have my own flat by then, because apparently no matter where you want, like apparently if you get your flat block, like there's no fail. I don't know. I like Durham. I'd move to Newcastle. Like the city. Yeah, man. Self-contained. Well, obviously I pay for it, but my housing will pay for some of it. And my housing benefit will pay towards some of it, plus my benefit you get, the government partially pay for some of the rent or some shit, like 60% or some shit. I don't know, it's quite a bit. Mate, I swear, what is it? How much do they pay towards you? To rent? To pay for it. Some of it. Wage, or if you have issues, that's one of them. Your housing benefit claim. Wait, why the fuck is it just pointing at my forehead? Wait. I'm confused. Isn't that Rennie? Rennie's computer. What? Transform what? Oh wow, Rennie, I didn't even know you smoked. It's news to me.
Alexa, turn on living room lights.
Okay.
Alexa, turn on living room lights.
Oh, ye Aussie can. Ye can. Steph, look at this. That looks like nothing on the cam. Should I put that in a bowl? Watch this set on fire.
You gotta be kidding me.
But good news, Ball, they're not too bothered about me putting bleach on the wall. They said, like, it's fine. But technically I could have scrubbed it because it was on the wall. I should have used the bleach on the crispy, flaky wall and used a soapy sponge and just rubbed it carefully on the wall that I'd used the bleach on. So I kind of did it in the wrong way, do you think? I should have probably used bleach. I should have used like bleach and... But this bit's on a flaky bit, that bit's flaky. So if it flakes off, it'll go airborne. So I should have sprayed bleach on that bit and scrubbed that bit in the corner. So now I've learned. A scraper. Nah, you don't want to scrape it like... I mean, you don't want to scrape the mold, it makes it airborne. You want to wet it first to prevent it from going airborne. Because when it's dry, it's not, it's airborne. So you need to wet it. But bleach oxidizes the walls, technically the mold's going to come back. Well, it's in the wall anyway, so...
Phrase. Don't expect to be so quickly.
Oh yeah, I saw that guy you had an argument with in another room, Bald. You know the one who said brain exercise kills your brain cells. For like 10 minutes, I was like, bro, I remember you.
Name?
What?
What was his
I
name?
don't remember. I don't remember, but he was talking about the Japanese thing and shit. He had a beard, a really long beard, like down to here.
I don't remember who that is.
He said exercise kills brain cells.
Oh Jesus! I remember somebody saying that, but I remember the face.
And then I recognized him, and I was like, and then he started debating it. I was like, oh fuck it, this is just a different room. Fuck it, let's just leave it. How's work been anyway? It's a piece of piss now.
Still better than doing moving.
Yeah, I guess it's less strain.
Yeah.
My eyes are fucked, like. I think because I haven't took my tablet, I've got depersonalization and I'm noticing these floaters more. Because like you become hypersensitive to all things, like things that you shouldn't know. But not like in a paranoid way. Just your brain filters out shit. Your vision and no, it stops or some shit. Like static snow and shit. Just took meds listening to trance. Bro, I like that sometimes, like fly through space on some trance songs, like if I close my eyes and shit. I wouldn't say like fly through space, but like feel mad. Fucking hell, everyone's druggers. Druggies. I didn't take my tablets for like maybe a week. Started feeling a bit crazy. Still kinda do. No, it's too late to be hungover, Ben. You can't say you're hungover at this time. I'm normally fine by this time. That'll get like a 4-pack. A 4. Nah. 4 cans, but is that 500 mils, I'm guessing. basically a leader. What's that, cider or some shit? Let's cheat that. Well, saying that, they don't do litre bottles of beer really here. They just do. Oh, never mind. The house opposite me in the window has like a cross pointing the cathedral. Pretty fucking religious shit. Oh shit. Steph, why is Bold preventing you from playing Minecraft with me? Why is Bold...
Because your buildings are ugly.
What? What did you say you couldn't?
Because your Minecraft buildings are ugly.
Oh, I know, bro. I'm not very creative. I do carpets though, bro. I do your carpet. Hello. Would you like to buy my carpet? I do the floor mat. I do the carpet fitting. That's twice now I've picked up my pack of cigarettes and then went to make one and just put it down because I thought, fuck it, I'll just vape. Every time I pick up my pack of back tobacco, I to roll a cigarette, I just think, nah, I'll just vape. Just fuck that. Steph.
Thank you. Man, it's not that serious.
Magic is all about defying the rules of reality and making us believe into something that can never be into existence.
What did you just do to me?
So be it the calculator trick that amazed Steve Harvey and his audience,
That's the number I want.
or Dynamo's simple coin through table trick. Hello and welcome back to Factor Fusion. We are back to reveal some of the greatest magic secrets of all time, part 6.
This is the best trick ever.
But before we do that, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon so that you get instant notifications of our new video uploads. So let's see how magic works.
We're going to need everyone to believe.
At number 5, coin through table trick. Dynamo performed this magic trick with a couple in a restaurant. He gets a coin and places it over the glass table. Dynamo asks the man to put his hand below the glass table exactly where the coin is placed. Dynamo then moves his right hand above the coin and the coin is now on the other side of the glass in the man's hand. Here's how Dynamo amazed this couple with the coin. This trick is pretty simple and requires fast movements and accuracy without being caught. Dynamo actually has two same coin, one in his right hand that you can see he is actually hiding in the entire trick, and the other coin that he places over the glass table. In his right hand, Dynamo has a strong magnet that can hold a coin even with a glass in between. After placing the coin in the center of the table, he places his right hand flat over the table which has the magnet and then sticks his other hand with the other coin in it exactly below the above hand. Once the coin is held by the magnet above the glass, he just asks to show or check that there is no hole in the glass and everything is real. He then asks the man to place his hand below the coin with some gap between the glass and his hand. The gap allows the coin to move using the magnet to get the coin exactly under the coin placed above. Dynamo then removes his hand and the coin falls in the man's hand. Wondering where the coin above went? The above coin got stuck to the magnet that he had in his right hand, and as he moved his hand away from the glass, the coin placed below the glass using the magnet above fell on the man's hand. So wanna impress someone like Dynamo? Watch this video till the end screen with a link to that video where you'll learn some easy to perform magic tricks to impress anyone you want. At number 4, Snowman Trick. Matt Franco once performed the snowman sketch trick on America's Got Talent to leave the audience and judges in a real thoughtful situation. Matt uses a sketchbook that has 3 parts of snowman printed in various styles. All the judges are asked to choose any style at random, and finally the chosen snowman matches the snowman Matt got in the gift box along with the greeting cards he had already placed under the seats of judges and audience. Matt in this trick used a gimmick book called Swengly Book. This book, unlike the normal books which contains pages of equal length, has a twist by having a little short and long pages alternatively interleaved. All the long pages in the book contains different pictures of snowman, while all the small pages has the same picture of the snowman that Matt wanted for his final result. Before the actual trick began, the book was fanned downwards by Matt while showing it to the audience. Matt actually fanned the book downwards with his thumb that showed only long pages with different snowman pictures. But if you look carefully, he fanned the book pages upwards using his thumb that opened up all the small pages that had his resultant snowman picture. So finally making the choice from all the 3 judges except Simon, Matt finally calls up Simon to unveil the gift in which he actually has the snowman exactly as now in the book. Also the greetings received by everyone had the same drawing indeed, because that was all the choice of Matt to give it to all. At number 3, Houdini's milk can escape. Houdini, greatly known for his death-defying magic tricks, performed one of the greatest escape tricks in which he was sealed inside a milk can with handcuffs to restrict the movements. This trick was made famous as magic show where failure meant death by drowning. So how did Houdini actually escape from the can and even sustain inside the can for such a long time? When Houdini enters inside the can, some water is spilled out as to make space for Houdini inside it. The cap of the milk can, as you can see, has a dome-shaped structure along with a small hole at the top that allows Houdini to get his head above water level and breathe whenever he needs to from inside. The cap of the can is indeed locked, but the real secret lies in the entire top of the milk can, which can easily get opened up from inside. The top of the can is hard to open from the outside, but it's really easy to get that done from the inside by Houdini. So to get out, Houdini easily separates the top of the milk can and places it back again, and finally Houdini is revealed to the cheers of the audience. At number 2, the magic calculator trick. In one of the episodes of Steve's show, this magician stunned everyone present there with his show-stopping magic trick. Here's what he did. He started by asking the audience to pull out a dollar bill from their pocket, which he had already given them before the show. He then asked Steve to pick up any random person from the audience. He borrows a dollar bill, puts it inside an envelope, and then places the envelope inside a glass. Then he borrows a phone from Steve, unlocks it, and opens a phone calculator to start performing the trick. First, he asks Steve to tell him the number of the digits to enter. Steve picks a 9-digit number. The magician then enters any random 9-digit number and keeps the multiplication button on. He then tells Steve to choose any random person from the audience. Steve then picks a lady from the audience to guess a 4-digit number. She chooses 1988, which the magician multiplies with the 9-digit number. Steve then chooses another lady from the audience to input the next number. She picks her favorite number 88, which the magician then multiplies with the previous output. When Steve's happy with the size of the number, he reads out the final result.
572,124,012,125.
Now the trick becomes even more interesting when the magician tells Steve to read out what's written on this card, which read second row. He tells everyone that prior to the show, he had already kept a piece of paper beneath the chairs of everyone sitting in the second row. He then tells everyone in that row to pull up those papers, and to everyone's shock, the numbers that were revealed exactly matched the final result on the calculator. But wait, the magician has saved his best for the last. He then asked Steve to open that dollar bill, and the unique serial number present on it also matched the calculator result. It didn't end here. In the final part of the trick, he tells the second row audience to turn over all the papers, which amazingly revealed the host's name, Steve Harvey. So how did he do it? Did he actually predict what number every member of the audience was going to guess? Just not possible, don't you think? So let's look at the secret behind this trick. Here all the magical stuff lies in that iPhone, which he took from Steve and for that matter from anyone else. Yes, the calculator on Steve's phone was hacked, and it didn't behave like any normal calculator. After Steve handed his iPhone to the magician, he quickly typed some stuff on it which he had concealed from the camera and everyone present there. This was what he typed on that calculator, which formed the main part of this trick. The number he wanted, followed by addition sign, followed by 0, followed by multiplication sign, followed by open parenthesis. This resets the calculator to on, and everyone believed that it's just like any other calculator on its on position. So no matter what kind of calculations they performed on it, the calculator always returned the same result that the magician wants. In this case, it was 572,124,012,125. So it didn't matter how big a number Steve chose at first and what number the ladies guessed. When every number chosen was multiplied, the result was always the number which the magician wanted. That's because he had programmed the calculator this way using the magic formula, and all the number guessing was just misdirection. So now you have the answer. The magician already knew the number and had everything planned as per what he wanted to show on TV, that is the name Steve Harvey. So guys, take out your iPhones and apply this magic formula to surprise your friends. So finally, the number one magic trick in our list, MJ's anti-gravity lean. This trick is not from any magician, but from the most popular and ever known as King of Pop. Yes, you heard it right. We are talking about Michael Jackson and his most famous gravity-defying stunt. Michael first performed the anti-gravity lean for Smooth Criminal and later followed this by many live stage performances. Now this was the wow factor of MJ that made his audience to just go crazy about it. The lean was actually performed using a special type of shoes designed by two inventors exclusively for MJ. The shoes actually had a special design groove in the heels that would get connected and affixed to a peg on the stage that allowed MJ to shift his center of gravity and make the iconic move, thereby impressing everyone present around the world. So guys, hope you got the secrets behind some of the greatest magic tricks ever. Also let us know in the comments which other tricks you would like to see revealed in our next magic video. Like and share this video with your friends on social media. And for more such amazing things, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. And finally, thanks for watching.
You guys are awfully quiet.
No, you.
Magic is all about defining.
Hello and welcome back to the most amazing channel on the internet. I'm your host Rebecca Felgate, and today we're talking about the top 10 worst things convicts have said to a judge, and well, things can get pretty heated. Before we get into this video, why don't you guys let me know what your favourite prison documentary or drama is? I for one am loving the new season of Orange is the New Black, but this is real life in this video. So, if you guys want to leave us a comment, I would love to read them. Sometimes we read them out at the end of videos. Also, while you're down there, why don't you like and share this video with a friend? Also, if you guys want to connect with me on social media, my Instagram should be somewhere in the video, and there's a link to the top 10 Instagram in the description box. Alright, coming in at number 10, we have I'll Kill You. This video was uploaded to YouTube in 2010 and shows a convict going off on a female judge who is having none of him. The video has had nearing 11 million views and 11,000 thumbs up. Basically, the convict is standing trial for attempted murder and has a bit of a hissy fit in court. He says this to the judge.
Listen to me. You don't let me out of here, I'm gonna kill you. I'm a Jew. I'm gonna take your life if you don't let me out of here. Okay? I'm done.
I hope you can make that out over all the beeps we had to add there. He then says this.
What's your pleasure? What do you want from me? Where's Sabina? What the is she? If you don't let me out of here, I'm gonna kill you.
Right. So really, does threatening to kill your judge actually help? No. Nice one, you've probably just earned yourself a life sentence. Coming into number 9, we have the convict who threatened to rape and bomb a judge. In May 2017, it was revealed that a Salt Lake City convict, 47-year-old Norman Eric Pierce, sent a threatening letter to the judge who sentenced him to 2 years in jail. The note to the judge was a threat to rape her and blow up her courthouse. A second letter outlines that Pierce had 15 guns and tons of ammo. He said that he would blow up pregnant women, old people, and kids. How he was going to manage to do that from a jail cell, we aren't sure, but this has to be one of the worst things ever said to a judge. What a maniac. This little stunt gave him extra time. He was already serving 2 years, along with violating his patrol and trespassing. He also had charges of making threats of terrorism and an assault against an elected officer added on. Next up, Judge Vanessa Dixon probably wished that this guy would say it and not spray it. We have the convict who spat at number 8. In 2009 in Bourbon County, a man with the last name Webb was being tried for attempted murder. Prior to the spitting incident, Judge Dixon had said, "There is no way I'm going to try this case or have further proceedings where I have to see you for one further second." Okay, have a watch. This is what happens. That's right, the judge is visibly shocked. Initially she sends Webb away, but then she calls him back to make him watch her wipe the spit from her face. Coming in at number 7, we have unprofessional and desperate. While it may not sound as harsh as some of the insults and actions on this list, I think that actually this more eloquent put down from a convict is pretty cutting. Teenager Anthony Allen was standing trial for the murder of Renee Greco when he read out a statement attacking. Teenager Anthony Allen was standing trial for the murder of Renee Greco when he read out a statement attacking Niagara County Judge Sarah Saposa.
Judge Barretta changed the wording of the indictment with the hopes that her influence as a judge and her intimidation as an authority figure would do the trick and persuade the jury into convicting me. But in all reality, to any observant person, she made herself look unprofessional and desperate.
Allen, who beat Greco with a table leg, apologized for his actions to the girl's family. To the judge, he had this to say. Judge Sparasa changed the wording of the indictment with hopes that her influence as a judge and her intimidation as an authority figure would do the trick and persuade the jury into convicting me. But to any observant person, she made herself look unprofessional and desperate. Following the attack, the judge replied with nothing but his sentence, 25 years to life. Coming into number 6, we have the woman who launched at a judge. A video of a woman who attacked attacked a judge at a court hearing in southern Kentucky was uploaded to YouTube by the Associated Press in July 2011. At first, the Monticello judge is heard telling the woman who was there for a divorce hearing that she will be held in contempt of court if she keeps on interrupting. The woman then interrupts yet again, so the judge says that she will be arrested for contempt of court.
Miss Hardwick, you will be held in contempt of this court if you become disruptive.
The woman then loses it and launches herself at the judge, trying to scratch out her eyes.
You go now.
The woman is hit in the face and taken down by police officers who then escort her out of the courtroom. Coming into number 5, we have the N-word. Racial slurs are vile and never acceptable. What idiot would dream of using one in court in front of a whole bunch of witnesses and a judge? In January 2016, New York Daily News uploaded a video to their YouTube channel of a Kentucky judge holding a man in contempt of court. As Judge Ollie Stevens is trying a separate person, the defendant screams a racial slur. We obviously aren't going to play that part of the clip, but when the defendant in question gets to the stand, this is what the judge has to say in response.
Is there something that you wish to say to me?
No, it's my brother.
Oh, is that to your brother?
Yes,
Because I
sir.
heard you say a racial epithet.
No, I didn't mean it like that.
Oh, you didn't mean it like
No.
that? Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to hold you in contempt of court for having said that. And you don't speak those words. And that word particularly, you don't use that word. I'm going to give you 60 days for having used that word. Hold you in contempt right now for having done it in this courtroom. It's disrespectful. Don't ever do it again.
Good on you, Judge Stevens. That's an absolute hard no to racism. Next up, we have threats made to Judge Amber Wolf. I actually really like Judge Wolf. She featured on a previous top 10 I did about the top 10 judges who lost it in court. So I guess kind of the reverse of this video. She spoke up for an inmate who was detained wearing no trousers and was denied female hygiene products. Anyway, here she is again being a sarsaparillation in the Jefferson District Court. This time, with a crazed convict threatening to kill her and her family.
So you're saying you're going to find out where I'm out? Okay.
Who knows what we'll be able to make out from this absolute ramble and leaves. Now this guy is a triple homicide suspect. His voice is really weird, not about to focus here, but he sounds
another episode of Jay Leno's Garage. As you know, we're all about unique driving experiences here. And it doesn't get more unique than this. This is the actual car. Series. This is their latest car, and unlike a lot of TV and movie prop cars that are CGI or, you know, not a real car, this is a real car that runs and drives, and we'll go over and drive it. It's pretty outrageous. The folks behind it, Dave Stanger. Dave, come on in. Dave, you're one of the transportation supervisor. What's the exact title? The transportation supervisor. Oh, okay, very good. So they put you. Very good.
Very soft. These are super motors that they're using off-road rock climbing.
That's not a big wheel, is it? I want to show him this. Here's a book on the build of the vehicle. And it's pretty, I mean, it's got all the drawings. See, there's the concept. It's amazing how much work it is. It's just unbelievable. Now, there's the car from the 40s. But how can you get this book? You go to Warner Brothers?
Yes, you can get it on the studio tour in the store, the studio tour.
Oh, can they go online and get it somewhere?
I believe you probably could.
It's called Batmobile, The Complete History by Mark Codavaz. Okay, very cool. Good. But yeah, I mean, all kinds of neat stuff. And can we actually take this for a ride?
Of course.
This is a dumb question. How do you get in it?
Got to get in through the top.
Oh, got to get in through the top.
Got to get in through the top.
Let's give that a shot. All right, we're ready to take it for a ride. And you see, we have our special effects guy, Hobart Lunt. He's well, actually, he's pretty famous. You worked on all the Dukes of Hazzard cars, right?
Yes.
You did all those shows, all the cool stuff for Warner Brothers. You've been with them a long time.
38 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
How old were you when you started doing the Dukes of Hazzard?
18.
18. Okay, that's job security.
Yes.
So now you need two people to run this, one to drive and one to do the special effects?
Exactly.
All right, let's see how you get in this thing. I put one foot up on here.
You're going, you're going, you're going.
Here we go.
And then put your foot right.
All right, this is...
Watch your head.
I don't want to do a Britney getting into this thing.
And then your other foot can go down.
There you go. Be easier.
Keep going. It just drops way down.
It drops way down.
Yeah.
You should be able to take that. Wow, this is cool.
Right here, those are left and right brake, like a tractor, you know, when they slide. This is the Halon system.
Gotcha.
Okay, and the shifter's over there.
Which is the shifter?
It's like a B&M, you know, it's pulled down, it has notches.
Oh, I gotcha, yeah.
So you can't misshift.
Boy, the build quality is really impressive.
No, it's impressive. Let me
They did
tell
a
you.
wonderful job.
They really tried to make it, you know, as safe as possible.
I mean, did they start with an existing roll cage from some
yeah,
kind of vehicle?
they just build a roll cage from scratch.
Okay.
They have like 15 to 20 guys. Each guy does only one thing: brakes, suspension, you know, drivetrain.
But it looks like this is some kind of desert sled, and then they put all the cladding on it.
No, they built it from.
Wow.
They just everything's done from separate.
Yeah, very impressive.
And see, you can see these shocks.
Yeah.
They had to have this thing to be able to jump 4 feet across the building. They had to jump.
I can't imagine being it. Did you do the jump?
No.
Seems like you would hit pretty hard.
Yeah, you'd hit hard.
Wow.
Yeah, they're like full 5-point harness there.
Yeah.
Nomex suits, the whole deal. They're full on.
And we have everything in here. We've got Halon fire extinguisher. We've got
when they wet the streets down.
Yeah.
Then you can use your 2 brake systems to slide the car in either direction.
Gotcha. I see. Like a handbrake.
Yeah, that's why all the moves are wet down.
So you have 2 fire systems?
You got 2 fire systems.
Okay, 2 separate ones or the same?
2 separate.
All right, very nice.
The guy gets in problems. You want to build
And the wipers actually work. That
They
makes
do work. They do work. Well, when you're driving on a wet street,
yeah,
it does. It helps.
You got your mist as well. We're gonna fight crime. Straight cut gear.
suspect was only 15 years old. Investigators say Conrad Schaefer took part in nearly 24 shootings. Now he'll be spending the rest of his life behind.
A Missouri teen was sentenced to life in prison Wednesday in the killing of a 9-year-old neighbor girl. 18-year-old Elisa Bustamante will be eligible for parole after pleading guilty to second-degree murder and armed criminal action.
Russell Burrell is ordered to serve 6 life sentences plus 10 years in prison for his role in the July 2012.
Is this real life right now? 6 life sentences, and because that may not be enough, he received an additional 10 years after that? What do you guys think, he is, a vampire? He could just live on forever? It's absolutely terrifying knowing that very young teenagers are capable of committing very horrible crimes. Every teenager on this list was sentenced away to prison for a very long time, and most of them, if not all of them, may not be able to outlive their life sentences, so their days of freedom are over. Well, how's it going, all you most amazing people? I'm your host for this one, Landon Dalitzing, and welcome back to another most amazing top 10 video. Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button if you guys haven't already. We are almost at 6 million subscribers. Let's go. Alright, let's jump right into this video. Let's not waste any time here. This is the top 10 teenagers who are given a life sentence. Let's start off at number 10 with the teenager who you saw in the intro. Well, that was Conrad Schaefer, who was sentenced to life in prison for a double fatal shooting spree that he went on back in 2013. He was sentenced to 2 life terms in prison, but in 25 years he is entitled to have his sentence reviewed and it could be shortened. Something tells me that we shouldn't shorten this teenager sentencing.
My family and I had no intention to forgive the guilty because of such a heinous and brutal crime that was done to my grandson.
This teen went on a murdering spree, killing as many people as he could, but for some reason he's asking for leniency. I mean, buddy, did you give leniency to all the people that you gunned down? So he asked for leniency, pleading that he is sorry for what he has done.
I know if I was in your position, I'd feel the same way. I was 15 at the time, I'm really sorry for the things I've done. And I know I did wrong, and I know my apology don't mean nothing to you. And I know it ain't gonna change how you feel about me. But I just feel like I need to apologize, and I really am sorry for what I've done.
Yeah, I'm totally not buying it. The guy looks like he has no emotions whatsoever on his face. I mean, you ain't sorry. Alright, number 9. This right here is Elisa Bustamante, and she wrote in a diary, and I quote, "I don't know how to feel at the moment. It was amazing. As soon as you get over the oh my god, it's pretty enjoyable. Is this real life right now? Well, hopefully prison is just as enjoyable because you're gonna be calling that place home for a very long time." She's in there after she committed a murder. Bustamante was raised by her grandparents because her mother had a history of drug and alcohol abuse, which led to charges and jail time, and her father was also in jail. He was in jail for assault, so I guess Alyssa didn't fall too far from the apple tree because she's in prison for life for murdering her 9-year-old neighbor just for the thrill of it. Well, she wrote this: "I just effing killed someone. I strangled them and slit their throat and stabbed them. Now they're dead. I don't know how to feel at the moment. It was kind of amazing." Then she wrote, "I'm kind of nervous and shaky though right now. Okay, I gotta go to church now. LOL." Well, hopefully this teen can have all the time that she needs to, think about her behavior in prison. I think we should give her the rest of her life. Like, give her all the time she needs. From there, let's go to number 8. This is 17-year-old Adrian Zellimer, who pleaded guilty to murdering a 10-year-old girl who was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole after 40 years. This came after a plea deal. The 17th Judicial District Attorney Dave Young said this: "In 27 years as a prosecutor, I've never seen a 15-year-old commit such a violent act. This attorney must have seen a lot in his days, especially if he's listening to murder cases all day. And for the attorney to come out with a statement like this is insane. How does a 15-year-old even have it in them to, commit such an awful crime?" At number 7, we have a Russell Burrell, who pleaded guilty to a murder. He was alongside 3 other people who committed the murder, and he was sentenced to 6 life sentences in prison plus 10 years. He was the teen we talked about in the intro of this video. Burrell murdered 3 people: Shamika Barris, Michael Martin, and Damian Collins. This was a planned murder in order to steal money and drugs.
Let us be clear, 19-year-old Russell Burrell, who was a juvenile at the time of the murders, was the one who emptied 17 rounds into 3 human beings, and today was his last day in civilized society for the rest of his natural life.
Alright, number 6. We have Shane Thompson, who was 17 years old at the time he committed murder, while he was sentenced to 110 years in prison.
And pleaded guilty to murdering 39-year-old Evelyn Njai during a September 25th, 2013 robbery attempt at this Rippers BP located on West 38th Street.
So that wasn't the only crime he committed. He was charged and convicted of murder, robbery, and sexual assault.
Prior to that, Thompson broke into the home of this woman and sexually assaulted her while her husband and sons were held at gunpoint.
This is so sickening, it's hard to even read this. This teenager deserved every moment of that 110 years prison sentence. Thompson is obviously not a normal person. When he was sentenced, he seemed pretty happy about it.
Oh, the man he killed, Derek Thomas, has that story.
Why is this guy smiling? Number 5.
17-year-old Raceland Martin entered the courtroom handcuffed with his feet in shackles. He sat and appeared to be listening intently to testimony, occasionally nervously looking.
That was 17-year-old Raceland Martin, who murdered his grandfather with a hatchet. Martin was 15 years old when he planned the murder of his grandfather. When this kid was in court, he was shaking like crazy.
The defense, however, arguing his client did not have a normal upbringing, functioning as an adult when he should have been treated like a child.
I don't know if you guys saw that, so let's take a look again.
As an adult when he should have been treated like a child.
Why is this teenager scared now? Martin received a life sentence, and he'll spend the rest of his life behind bars. He has a chance of setting the record for being the longest serving inmate in prison because he committed an awful crime at such a young age. And he is not getting out until he passes away in prison. So let's see if he can set the record. Number 4, we actually have someone else who killed an elderly person. This right here is 17-year-old teen who murdered 98-year-old Margaret Douglas. She was in her home when the incident happened, and the teenager tried to hide her body in the closet. In court, he tried to apologize for what he did.
I'm so sorry for what I did. I constantly live in regret and shame because of it.
It's been 9 months since these hands committed those acts on...
The only reason why the teen is apologizing is because his lawyers told him to, in an attempt to get a reduced sentencing. But luckily, it never worked. Those fake tears, the words did nothing for him. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Number 3, we have Savon Shmuss, who pleaded guilty to killing his half-sister. Shmuss was only 16 years old at the time when he murdered her in their home. He murdered her and dumped her body near a lake so no one can find out. He tried to get away with the crime.
Photos of her smiling face and memories. A young life taken away at the hands of a half-brother who her family says she loved.
He was convicted and sentenced up to 100 years in prison, so because he took a plea deal, he does have a chance of being released from prison when he's 116 years old. This teen has no sympathy whatsoever, so you know what? Why should we? If you can live to 116, then we'll let you out. No problems there. In court, he was asked if he has anything to say, and he just said no. Number 2.
Sharing their thoughts with the teenager who admitted to it all, Aiden Von Grabo.
How do you wish to plead to count 2?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Von Grabo taking a guilty plea for first-degree murder and a long list of other crimes, including attempting to murder Michaela's younger sister.
Why is this teen so evil? This took place in northern Colorado, and the teen was given life in prison. The person he murdered was Michaela Grote, who was just 20 years old. And apparently she wasn't the only one on his death list that he created. I mean, what the heck is that? He had intentions of killing many more people. He was only 16 years old when he was charged with first-degree murder, 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder, attempted first-degree arson, extortion, 2 counts of felony menacing, 3 counts of stalking, 3rd-degree assault of an at-risk person, criminal mischief, and telephone harassment. I mean, that is a mouthful to go through. It's just unbelievable that one person, and I should say not just one person, one teenager was capable of doing. Finally, number 1.
Buffalo teen who killed a man and then set his house on fire to cover up the crime is heading...
Next, we're talking about a 19-year-old kid who spent 20 years to life in prison. He was convicted of murdering 52-year-old Brian Dombick.
19-year-old David Myers may very well spend the rest of his days in a prison cell. He spoke before his sentence, apologizing to his victim's family and his own.
If I could go back and make up for what I did, I would. I'll give Harmon Lake.
This might be one teenager who actually felt sorry for what he has done and is willing to deal with the consequences.
I agree. I do deserve to be incarcerated. I committed a crime. That's all.
So don't get me wrong, I still don't feel bad for him. Well, there you guys have it. This is the end of the video. I just want to say thank you guys so much for watching this, and thank you guys to all the over 5 million of you guys who have subscribed to this channel already. It means a lot to us. That's it for me in this video. I'll see you guys all in the next Most Amazing Top 10 video.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Most Amazing Ever Drive. Make sure he avoided an assassination attempt earlier that day. He was on his way to the hospital to comfort the people who were harmed in the crossfire. On his way there, one of the assassins had stopped in a cafe to get something to eat, saw the Archduke passing by, and well, started World War I. Not only that, but the car was involved in 6 accidents and 13 deaths. Some people would die only months after owning the car. Number 9, John F. Kennedy's limousine SS-100. The whole world was stunned on the morning of November 22nd, 1963, as John F. Kennedy was assassinated on television. Something super strange about this navy blue Lincoln, it was upgraded with almost $200,000 worth of features, none of which were making it bulletproof or putting some sort of protective cover over top of it. However, after Kennedy was killed, the limo was kept in service, because you can't really blame a car for that. It was given all sorts of protective measures, like titanium plating and bullet-resistant glass. I guess hindsight is 2020. Number 8, ghost crash. On December 11th, 2002, police started getting phone call after phone call about a set of headlights running off of Britain's A3 highway. Crashes on the highway aren't unusual, but people stopping to find the car couldn't see it anywhere, so police went to go investigate. They found no recent crashes, but a Vauxhall Astra that had been covered in vegetation. It seemed the car had been there for at least 5 months. So whose headlights were people seeing drive into the ditch? My guess is it was a ghost who was like so tired of being stuck on the side of the highway and wanted to go to the funeral home so he could party with other ghosts. Number 7, ghost bus. It was a foggy night in London, 1934. A man driving normally when suddenly he swerved off as if he was trying to avoid something, hit, crashed into a wall, and was killed instantly. Witnesses
And today we're gonna peek behind the curtain, restored to its original state, as if nothing happened at all. So, how did he do it? Well, here's the secret. And you can easily figure it out once you know the inner workings of the coin. Yes, the trick involves a gimmick coin used by David. The coin is made up of 2 parts held together by elastic bands, and it has the mechanism to be folded so it looks like one half of the coin has disappeared. David first secretly swaps the original coin for the gimmicked special one, and then acts as if he's biting it while he actually just folds it. Then he shows the rigged coin to the ladies, and then just acts to spit the missing piece back. During this act, he simply lets the folded half of the coin jump back into its original place, and that's how the magic happened. At number 6, the insane card trick. David blamed the man known for his amazing jaw-breaking magic feats. This time, he chose to do a simple card trick on Ellen's show. He first calls upon a girl from the audience to make the trick even more interesting. He takes a deck of cards and asks Ellen to choose any card at random and sign over it. He then places the card between the deck and shuffles it many times, and allows that to stay in between Ellen's palms. Then he asks that girl to say any random number, and the girl chooses 13. David then asks to check the 13th card from the top of the deck, and that card was supposed to be the card that Ellen signed. But the 13th card wasn't the card that Ellen signed.
That's not the card.
Oh, that's not your card?
No.
So David made up the final part of the trick, and said that he folded the card and flicked it through the air under the wristwatch of Ellen. And finally, it turns out that the card was the actual one that Ellen signed. So now, you must be thinking, how come that card landed under the wristwatch of Ellen? Well, before revealing the secret, if you haven't subscribed to our channel yet, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon so that you get instant notifications of our new video uploads. Now, if we rewind back and watch the video carefully, you can easily figure out this trick. If you look here, when David placed the card between the palms of Ellen, he very quickly took his right hand under the wristwatch where he had the card removed from the deck and folded under it. He then quickly places the card under the watch without Ellen even noticing it. You could even see the card already folded and fixed under Ellen's wristwatch. And everything David said about the card moving through the air under the wristwatch of Ellen was just a misdirection. At number 5, turning coffee into coins. Wouldn't it be great if your coffee turns into gold coins? Call David Blaine, the record-breaking magician who knows this magic trick. Now, this was one of David Blaine's most famous tricks, in which he turned a homeless man's cup of coffee into a cup full of gold coins. So, how does David make coffee turn into coins? Well, we have the secret. Hidden inside the coffee cup is another small cup with a sponge at the bottom of it. That cup is just large enough to fit inside the main coffee cup below the coffee line. A sponge is being cut to fit inside the outer cup, and that cup has a small hole at the bottom. The size of the hole is such that David can easily place his finger to cover it, and this becomes the key to the trick. Now, the small cup filled with coins goes into the outer cup on top of the sponge, and finally, the coffee is poured inside the cup. Now, David starts performing the trick. First, he places his finger inside the hole at the bottom, and through that hole, he slowly pushes the sponge above, which makes the small cup filled with coins rise and appear. This makes the coffee drain down below the inner cup from its sides and into the sponge, which absorbs all the coffee. Finally, we see the coins appear, and this is how he fools us with his amazing skills. At number 4, the mind-reading trick. For this trick, David Blaine visits England, where he performs an amazing mind-reading card trick. And the person on the other side was the famous physicist, the late Stephen Hawking. He places a deck of cards in front of Hawking and asks him to think and name any card he wants to, and also ensures him that he has no influence whatsoever in the final selection. Now, Hawking names the 9 of diamonds. David then reveals the 9 of diamonds, and Hawking was impressed to see that David had his card ready and waiting at the bottom of the deck, which he placed in front of Hawking. So, how did he know it? Well, the technique David used in this trick is called multiple outs. This is a popular concept in mentalism and prediction-related magic, where the spectator doesn't know where or how the prediction will be pulled off, and so the magician has the option to change the prediction according to what the spectator chooses. So, no matter what card Hawking chose, Blaine was already prepared with a different answer and had a separate trick ready especially for that card. Now, he had many different ways of ending the trick. If Hawking had picked some other card, say 9 of clubs, then David would show him that 9 of clubs is at the top of the deck. And if Hawking picked the ace of diamonds, David would say that this is the only card missing from the deck. So, you must have got it. It's a trick that can't go wrong for someone as skilled as David Blaine. At number 3, cigarette through a coin trick. David Blaine, the magician known for his horrifying magic tricks, once performed the magic of passing a cigarette through a coin to amaze the audience around him. Wow. And here's the secret to this trick. The coin used by David Blaine was a gimmick coin that actually had a hole at its center, through which the cigarette was passed. When we take a close look at the back of the coin flips open from the center when pushed with the cigarette from the other side. After passing the cigarette through the coin, David then instantly switches the gimmick coin with a real coin before passing it to the audience for the final check whether the coin is real or not. At number 2, 360-degree arm twist. Can you put your hand on the floor and rotate it to a complete 360 degrees? Well, that's impossible, you must think. But it's quite possible if you're David Blaine, the magician known to challenge the human potential beyond limits. Look here how he rotates his arm to a complete 360 degrees. Well, this trick also has a secret. David Blaine in this trick positions his arm on the ground in a very different way. Instead of placing his hand right down on the ground, he instead flips his hand to 180 degrees and then keeps that on the floor. This arm position now makes it a lot easier for him to rotate his arm to more than 360 degrees. Also in the entire trick, it's almost impossible to figure out that he has placed his arm in a different way due to the long sleeve jacket that he wears, which covers his arm completely. So finally, David Blaine's #1 trick on our list: vomiting live frogs. We've all seen Fear Factor shows in which people put all sorts of insects, spiders, and even frogs inside their mouth. But this trick is one notch higher. And if you're David Blaine, the man who's been buried alive, submerged in ice for days, and more famously suspended above London in a glass box for 44 days with absolutely no food, then there's got to be some extreme stuff. The magician once performed a trick in which he appears to vomit live frogs out of his mouth. And even after everyone sees that his mouth is completely empty, he just keeps on producing new frogs. So, how did he do such an insane act? Now, most of the stuff David performs has got to do more with endurance and skills rather than manipulation and stuff. So, the only secret here has got to be lots of practice and extreme endurance. And before the filming began, David had to actually swallow all those frogs, holding them in his stomach's esophagus before releasing them. Now, you must be wondering, how is this possible? This performance was inspired by an earlier act by the famous 1930s regurgitator Haji Ali. So, it's all about mastering and gaining control of your stomach muscles. And this is exactly what David practiced for almost 6 months before shocking us all with his superhuman ability. So guys, hope you got the secrets behind David Blaine's greatest magic tricks. Is Blaine the greatest entertainer of all time? Drop us a comment below. And which topic would you like to see next? Do like and share this video with your friends on social media. For more such amazing things, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. And finally, thanks for watching.
Zen has been summed up in 4 statements. A direct transmission outside scriptures and apart from tradition. No dependence on words and letters. Direct pointing to the human mind. And seeing into one's own nature and becoming Buddha. Does deal with a domain of experience that can't be talked about. But one must remember at the same time that there's really nothing at all that can be talked about adequately. And the whole art of poetry is to say what can't be said. Every artist feels when he gets to the end of his work that there's something absolutely essential that was left out. So Zen has always described itself as a finger pointing at the moon. In the Sanskrit saying, Tat Tvamasi, that art thou, Zen is concerned with that. That, of course, is the word which is used for Brahman, the absolute reality, in Hindu philosophy. And you're it, only in disguise, and disguised so well that you've forgotten it. But unfortunately, ideas like the ultimate ground of being, the self, Brahman, ultimate reality, the great void, all that is very, very abstract talk. And Zen is concerned with a much more direct way of coming to an understanding of that, or thatness, as it's called, tathata in Sanskrit. I think, first of all, the appeal of Zen lies in its unusual quality of humor. Religions aren't, as a rule, humorous in any way. Religions are serious. And when one looks at Zen art and reads Zen stories, it is quite apparent that something is going on here which isn't serious in the ordinary sense, however sincere it may be. The next thing I think that has appealed to Westerners is that Zen has no doctrines. There is nothing you have to believe, and it doesn't moralize at you very much. It's not particularly concerned with morals at all. It's a field of inquiry rather like physics, and you don't expect a physicist to discuss authoritatively about morals, even though as a human being he has moral interests and problems. But as a physicist, he is not a moral authority. or if you go to an oculist or ophthalmologist to have your eyes adjusted, that is so you can see clearly. And Zen is spiritual ophthalmology. Zen has been described as when hungry eat, when tired sleep. And when the student got that description, he said, well, doesn't everybody do that? And the master said they don't. When hungry, they don't just eat, but think of 10,000 things. When tired, they don't just sleep, but dream innumerable dreams. The fascination of Zen to the West is that it promises a sudden insight into something that is always supposed to take years and years and years. The psychoanalysts, if you're mixed up, they tell you the troubles you've got yourself into over all these years can't be undone in a day. And therefore it will take many, many sessions, maybe twice a week for several years for you to get straightened out. The Christians say that if you embark on a path of spiritual discipline, you get yourself a spiritual director and submit yourself to the will of God, but you may not get into the high states of contemplative prayer for very many years. The Hindus, the Vedanta Society people, the Buddhists also say will require many long years of meditation, very hard concentration, very difficult practice, and stern discipline. And then maybe you will make enough progress in this life to become a monk in your next life. And then you'll make enough progress to enter some of the preliminary stages leading to Buddhahood. But it's all likely to take you many, many incarnations. But when this artist Hasegawa was asked, how does one see into Zen? He said, it may take you 3 seconds. It may take you 30 years. I mean that. This book called the Mumonkan, which means the gateless gate, contains such stories as the student, I say student rather than monk, because Zen students are not monks in our sense of the word monk. Our monks take life vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. And to make the grade, you're expected to spend your whole life in the monastic state. But I call the Zen monk a student because he's more like a student in a theological seminary. He may stay much longer than the usual 3 years. He may stay 30 years or so. But it's always possible for him to leave with dignity and to graduate and to go into lay life or become a regular priest who keeps charge of a temple, can get married and have a family. And only very few graduates of a Zen monastery become Roshi. That Roshi means simply old teacher. That is the man in charge of the spiritual development of the students. So one of these students in the book says to the master Joshu, I have been here in this monastery for some time and I've had no instruction from you. The master said, have you had breakfast? Yes. Then go wash your bowl. And the monk was awakened. Another story in this book concerns a master who said, when a cow walks out of the enclosure, the corral, the horns and head, the 4 legs and the body all get through, but not the tail. How is it that the tail can't get through? And nobody could answer this. Another story tells of a certain master called Bai Zhang, who was so good that he had hundreds of students, and they couldn't all be housed in one monastery. So he had to find one of the students who could also be a master. And so he arranged a test. He put down a pitcher in front of them all and said, without making an assertion or without making a denial, tell me, what is this? And the senior monk said it couldn't be called a piece of wood. The teacher didn't accept this answer. But the monastery cook came forward and kicked the pitcher over and walked away. And he got the job. All these stories resemble jokes in this sense. A joke is told to make you laugh. When you get the point of a joke, you laugh spontaneously. But if the point has to be explained to you, you don't laugh so well, you force a laugh. There is some kind of sudden impact between the punchline and the laugh. So in exactly the same way with these stories, there is expected to be something else than laughter, which is sudden insight into the nature of being. inquirer about Zen came to a master, often, they approach the Zen master with a kind of key question. What is the fundamental principle of Buddhism? Or why did the bearded barbarian come from the West? Because Zen is supposed to have been brought into China by a Hindu named Bodhidharma. Bodhidharma is always represented as having a huge bushy beard, very fierce eyes. Now, Bodhidharma always insisted that he had nothing to teach. And so, why did he come? That's one of the fundamental questions. When he first came to China, sometime a little before 500 AD, he was interviewed by the Emperor Wu of Liang. The emperor was a great patron of Buddhism and said, "We have caused many monasteries to be built, monks and nuns to be ordained, and the scriptures to be translated into Chinese. What is the merit of this?" And Bodhidharma said, "No merit whatever." Well, that really set the emperor back, because the popular understanding of Buddhism is that you do good things like that, religious things, and you acquire merit. And this leads you to better and better lives in the future, so that you will eventually become liberated. And so he was completely set back, so he said, well, what is the first principle of the holy doctrine? And Bodhidharma said, vast emptiness and nothing holy. Or in vast emptiness there is nothing holy. So the emperor said, who is it then that stands before us? The implication being, aren't you supposed to be a holy man? And Bodhidharma said, I don't know. Now, it is saying too much, I warn you, to say that Zen is trying to point to the physical universe so that you can look at it without forming ideas about it. That is saying too much, but it is the general idea. It's in the direction of being the right idea. Zen people speak of the virtue of what they call mushin, which means no mind, or munen, no thought. This is not an anti-intellectual attitude. The ordinary simple person is just as bamboozled by thinking as a university professor. You can think intellectually in a no-think way. That's the art. It doesn't mean not to have any thoughts at all. It means not to be fooled by thoughts, not to be hypnotized by the forms of speech and images that we have for the world, not to be hypnotized by them into thinking that that is the way the world really is. So if I say this is a fan, it isn't. To begin with, fan is a noise, and this doesn't make the noise fan. But it can be many other things than a fan. It could be a back scratcher. Very well. All sorts of things. Don't let words limit the possibilities of life. Actually, this fan has an inscription on it written by a Zen master who is 100 years old. And it says, "I don't understand, I don't know anything about it." So anybody who says that he knows what Zen is a fraud. Nobody knows. Just like you don't know who you are. All this business about your name and your accomplishments, your certificates, what your friends say about you. You know very well that's not you. But the problem to know who you are is the problem of smelling your own nose. When the great Japanese master Dogen came back from China in about the year 1200 to bring his school of Zen into Japan, they asked him, "What did you learn in China?" He said, "The eyes are horizontal, the nose is perpendicular." So you see, it is this kind of way of going about things, this method of Zen, that has so fascinated the West. And everybody who reads about Zen wonders if somehow, you see, this understanding is right under your nose. You know how it is, sometimes you get a crowd of people to come into a room, and you put something in the room that's absurd. Like suppose there was a balloon floating on the ceiling. People could come in and not notice it at all. Or, you know, somebody puts on something weird, some kind of a funny necktie or something. And you say to a person, "Well, haven't you noticed? A woman in a new dress, you know? Haven't you noticed?" She said, "Well, what is it? What is it?" You know, it's right under your nose. They're staring you in the face, but you don't see it. And Zen is exactly like that. is very obvious. The master Bokuju was asked, we have to dress and eat every day, and how do we escape from all that? In other words, how do we get out of routine? And he said, we dress, we eat. He said, I don't understand. Bokuju said, if you don't understand, put on your clothes and eat your food. Another Zen master in quite recent times was interviewing a student. You see, all these stories I'm telling you are connected, and what I want you to do is to grasp intuitively the connection. Was interviewing a student, and he said, get up and walk across the room. He got up and walked and came back. He said, where are your footprints? So, here is this extraordinary phenomenon. Now let me say, having presented you with all these fireworks, let me say a few sober things about Zen as a historical phenomenon. Zen is a subdivision of Mahayana Buddhism. And as you know, that is the school of Buddhism which is concerned with realizing Buddha nature in this world. Not necessarily by going off to the mountains or by renouncing family life, everyday life, etc., as if that were an entanglement, but realizing in the midst of life the possibility of becoming a Buddha. And so the great ideal personality of Mahayana Buddhism is the Bodhisattva, a word now applied to somebody who has attained nirvana, but instead of disappearing, comes back in many, many guises. Zen is Mahayana, Indian Mahayana Buddhism, translated into Chinese, and therefore deeply influenced by Taoism and Confucianism. Zen monks brought Confucian ideas to Japan. And the origins of Zen lie actually around the year 414, at which time a great Hindu scholar by the name of Kumarajiva was translating with a group of assistants the Buddhist sutras into Chinese. One of his students taught that all beings whatsoever have the capacity to become Buddha, to become enlightened. even rocks and stones, and that even heretics and evildoers have the Buddha nature or Buddha potentiality in them. And everybody said he was a dreadful heretic. But then a text called the Nirvana Sutra came from India, which said precisely that. So everybody had to admit that this man was right. He also began to teach that awakening must be instantaneous. It's a kind of all or nothing state. I don't mean that there aren't degrees of its intensity, but once you see the principle, you see the whole thing. As they say, when the bottom falls out of the bucket, all the water goes together. Your real mind, while all those emotions are going on, is imperturbable. Just like when you move your hand through the sky, you don't leave a track. The birds don't stain the blue when they pass by. And when the water reflects the image of the geese, the reflection doesn't stick there. So, to be pure-minded in the Zen way, or clear-minded is a better way of translating it, is not to have no thoughts. It's not a question of not thinking about dirty things. One great master of the Tang dynasty, when asked, "What is Buddha?" believe it or not, answered, "A dried turd." So it's not that kind of purity. It is purity, clarity, in the sense that your mind isn't sticky. You don't harbor grievances. You don't be attached to the past. You go with it, with life. Life is flowing all the time. That is the Tao, the flow of life. You are going along with it whether you want to or not. You're like people in a stream. You can swim against the stream, but you'll still be moved along by it. And all you'll do is wear yourself out in futility. But if you swim with the stream, the whole strength of the stream is yours. Of course, the difficulty that so many of us have is finding out which way the stream is going. But suddenly, as it goes, all the past vanishes. The future has not yet arrived. And there is only one place to be, which is here and now. awakening. It's the same in a way as the Sanskrit bodhi, awakening from the illusion of being a separate ego locked up in a bag of skin, discovering that you are the whole universe. And of course, if you do discover that, and you do see into it all of a sudden, it's a shock, because your whole common sense is turned directly inside out. Everything is the same as you've always seen it, but completely different. Because you know who you are. You know that, what the devil were you worrying about? What was all that fuss? What was all that to do? Well, you see, it was part of the game. Everything from one point of view is fuss and to do. To do. What is there to do? But when you wake up, you see, and discover that all this to do wasn't you, what you thought was you, but was the entire works, which we could just call it, that you're it and it is it. Everything is it, and it does all things that are done, then that is a great surprise. But it sounds tasteless. It sounds empty. It sounds void. Because if I say, well, you're all it, that is a statement without the slightest logical sense. Because we don't know what is it unless there's something that isn't it. But if it's both all ises and all isn'ts, then we can't think about it. Nevertheless, it is highly possible to see that that's so, in a way that's so vivid it brings your heart into all your five mouths. Master, who was once asked, what is the Tao, the way, replied, walk on. Actually, go. As we say, go man, go. Go, go. And it is this aspect of Zen which is what is truly understood by detachment, or having a mind that isn't sticky and that isn't stopped at any point in its whole working. To be stopped at a certain point is what is called having a doubt, as when one fumbles or wobbles or hesitates about something, trying to find the right solution for the circumstances by thinking it out in a situation where there really is no time to think it out. So that when a Zen teacher asks his disciple a question, he expects an immediate answer, as it were, without thought or premeditation. They speak in Zen, they use a phrase, to have a mind of no deliberation. And they also speak of a kind of person, a man who doesn't depend on anything. That is to say, on a formula, on a theory, on a belief to govern his action. And this person who doesn't stick anywhere is like Dante's image at the end of the Paradiso, where he says in the presence of the vision of God, "But my volition now and my desires were moved as a wheel revolving evenly by love that moves the sun and other stars." But if you are brought up to believe yourself split, I remember my mother used to say to me when I did naughty things, she said, "Alan, that's not like you." So I had, some conception of what was like me in my better moments, that is to say, in the moments when I remembered what my mother would like me to do. And so that split is implanted in us all. And because of our being split-minded, we are always dithering. Is the choice that I am about to make of the higher self or of the lower self? Is it of the spirit or is it of the flesh? Is the word that I have received of the Lord or is it of the devil? And nobody can decide. Because if you knew how to choose, you wouldn't have to. so it is important to overcome split-mindedness, but what is the way? Where can you start from if you're already split? A Taoist saying is that when the wrong man uses the right means work in the wrong way. So what are you to do? How can you get off it and get moving? Fundamentally, of course, you have to be surprised into it. Winthrop Sargent, not so long ago, interviewed a great Zen priest in Kyoto who posed to him the question, "Who are you?" And he said, "Well, I'm Winthrop Sargent." And the priest laughed. "No," he said, "I don't mean that. I mean, who are you really?" Well, then he went into all sorts of abstractions about his being a particular human being and so on. He was a journalist and so on, and the priest just laughed and said no. Then the priest just tossed off the conversation, and a little later made a joke, and Sargent laughed. And he said, "There you are."
What am I gonna do?
There was an army officer who once came to a Zen master and said, "I have heard a story about a man who kept a goose in a bottle, and it was growing very rapidly, and he didn't want to break the bottle and he didn't want to hurt the goose, so how would he get it out?" The Zen master didn't answer the question at all, but simply changed the subject. Finally, the officer got up to leave, and he went over to the door, and suddenly the Zen master called out, "Oh, officer!" And he turned around and said, "Yes?" The master said, "There, it's out." When you are perfectly free to feel stuck or not stuck, then you're unstuck. Because actually, nothing can stick on the real mind, and you will find this out if you watch the flow of your thoughts. There is an expression in Chinese which means the flow of thoughts, or what we call in literary criticism, stream of consciousness. And they put the character for thought 3 times. Nyan, nyan, nyan. And so you will notice that thought follows thought follows thought when you are just ruminating. And those thoughts arise and go like waves on the water. All the time, they come and go. And when they go, they are as if they had never been here. And it is from this connecting of thoughts that we get the sensation that behind our thoughts there is a thinker who controls them and experiences them. Although the notion that there is a thinker is just one member in the stream of thoughts. And we use such absurd phrases, not only as thinking our thoughts, but feeling our feelings, seeing sights and hearing sounds. But you must understand, it is perfectly obvious that seeing a sight is seeing, hearing a sound is hearing, feeling a feeling is feeling. So in the same way, thinking a thought is thinking. But you get split-minded, you see, and so you get I and me and the I who ought to or must control me as sensation of some real entity that stands aside from thoughts and chooses among them, controls them, regulates them, and so on. Actually, this is a way to have one's thoughts not controlled. The more there is this duality of the separate thinker standing aside from the thoughts, the separate feeler watching or feeling the feelings, the more the stream of feelings is coaxed into self-protective activity, into getting more and more like a stuck record, the purposes of which are to protect and to aggrandize and enlarge the status of the supposed thinker. When Joshu, who was a Tang Dynasty Zen master, was asked, he had made some reference to the enlightened mind being like a mind of a child. And he said, well, what is the mind of a child? And he said, a ball in a mountain stream. That is exactly what happens in the process of attachment, or what are called in Buddhist klesha, which mean disturbing confusions of the mind. And you see, this kind of confusion is something to which the human organism is peculiarly liable, because the human organism has language, you see, thinking is silent language. And I mean language in the most inclusive sense of the word, not only words, but also images and numbers, notation. Just because then we can talk about anything, we can talk about talking, we can talk about thinking, we can talk about ourselves, as if we could stand aside and say, said I to myself, said I. All we are actually doing is making a second thought, or thought stream, which comments on the one that went before, and then pretending that the second stream is a different stream than the first. it's very important to get rid of that illusion of duality between the thinker and the thought. So find out who is the thinker behind the thoughts, who is the real, genuine you. And so one of the methods that is used is shouting. The Zen master would say to a student, now, I want to hear you. I want to hear you say the word mu and really mean it. Because I want to hear not just the sound, but the person who says it. Now produce for me that. He says, mu! And the Zen teacher says, no, no, not yet. Mu! And it says, it's only coming from your throat. I want to hear your belly. You know? And always, you see, it'll never come while the person is trying to make a differentiation between a true move and a false move.
I'm going to talk to you this evening on the subject of the spectrum of love.
we know that from time to time there arise among human beings people who seem to exude love as naturally as the sun gives out heat. We would like to be like that, and by and large, man's religions are attempts to cultivate that same power in ordinary people. But unfortunately, they normally go about this task as one would attempt to make the tail wag the dog. I remember when I was a small boy in school, I was enormously interested in being able to do my schoolwork properly. And everybody told me that I didn't work hard enough and that I ought to work. I had an intense desire to do this, but when I asked, how do you work, everybody shut up like a clam. So I was extremely puzzled, but there were teachers who apparently knew how to work and had attained considerable heights of scholarship, and I admired them very much for their attainments. And so I thought that maybe I could learn the secret by copying their mannerisms. I would imitate the style of handwriting that they used. I would use the same kind of pen. I would affect the same mannerisms of speech and gesture, and insofar as I could get around the school uniform, even of clothing. I must assure you this, of course, was a private school in England, not a public school in America. But none of this revealed the secret, because I was, as it were, copying the outward symptoms and knew nothing of the inner fountain of being able to work. And exactly the same thing is true in the case of people who love. When we study the behavior of people who have the power of love within them, we can catalogue how they behave in various situations, and out of this catalogue formulate some rules. One of the peculiar things we notice about people who have this astonishing universal love is that they are apt, but not always so, but they are apt very often to play it rather cool on sexual love. The reason for this is, generally speaking, unknown to preachers, but it is because an erotic relationship with the external world operates, so far as they're concerned, between that world and every single nerve ending. Their whole organism, in all its aspects, physical, psychological, and spiritual, is an erogenous zone. And therefore, their flow of love is not specialized or canalized so exclusively in the genital system as it is with most other people, especially in a culture such as ours, where for so many centuries that particular expression of erotic love has been so marvelously repressed as to make it seem the most desirable kind of love that there is. And so we have, as a result of 2,000 years of Christianity, sex on the brain, which isn't always the right place for it. Of course, also, people who exude love are apt to give things away. They are, in every way, like rivers. They stream. And so when they collect possessions and things that they like, they are apt to give them to other people, because if you ever notice that when you start giving things away, you keep getting more. In the same way as you empty out, you create a vacuum, nature abhors a vacuum, and more flows in. So, noticing this, the codifiers of loving behavior write down that you should give so much money to tax-deductible institutions and to the poor, and that you should be nice to people, that you should act towards your relatives and your friends and indeed even your enemies as if you love them, even if you don't. And of course, for Christians and Jews and believers in God, there is a peculiarly difficult task enjoined upon us, namely, that thou shalt love the Lord thy God. And not only here, going through the motions of it externally, but with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your mind. And that is, of course, very demanding indeed. But you see what is happening. It is as if, for example, we admired the music of a certain composer, and having studied his style very thoroughly, we draw up rules of musical composition based on the behavior of this composer. We then go to send our children to music school, where they learn these rules, in the hope that if they apply them, they also will turn into first-class musicians, which they usually fail to do. Because what might be called the technique of music, as well as the technique of morals, as well as, say, the technique of speech, of language, is very valuable because it gives you something to express if, and I repeat, if you have anything to express. But if you don't have anything to say, not even the greatest mastery of English will stand you in good stead unless you can manage to fool your listeners by talking beautiful nonsense and make it sound profound. Now, so the question and the puzzle remains. You cannot imitate this thing. There is no way of getting it, and yet it is absolutely essential that we have it. Because obviously, the human race is not going to flourish harmoniously unless we are enabled to love each other. But the question is, how do you get it? Is it something you simply have to contract like measles? Or is, as theologians say, is it a gift of divine grace, which somehow is dished out to some but not to others? And if there is no way of getting divine grace by anything you do, as the Calvinists aver, then we'd better just sit around and wait until something happens. Although Calvinists never did that. They were almost depressingly energetic. But surely we can't be left in that kind of a hopeless situation. There must be some way of getting the grace, or getting divine charity or love, some sort of wangle, some sort of way in which we can, as it were, open ourselves so as to become conduit pipes for the flow. And so the more subtle preachers try to see if we can open ourselves and teach methods of meditation and spiritual discipline in the hope that we can contact this power. The less subtle preachers simply say, you don't have enough faith, you don't have enough guts, you don't have enough willpower. If you only put your your shoulder to the wheel and shove, you would be, of course, an exemplar and a saint. Actually, you will only be an extremely clever hypocrite. The whole history of religion is a history of the failure of preaching. Preaching is moral violence. If when you deal with the so-called practical world and people don't behave as you would wish they would, you get out the army or the police force or the big stick, and if those strike you as somewhat crude, you resort to giving lectures. And I mean lectures in the sense of a pie jaw, a solemn adjuration and exhortation to behave better next time. Now, let us look at some of the practical consequences of adjuring people and commanding people to love. Many a parent says to the child, nice children love their mothers. And, of course, I'm sure you're a nice child. You ought to love your mother, but not because your mother, say so, but because you really want to do so. Because one of the difficulties is none of us in our heart of hearts respect love which is not freely given. If, for example, you are an ailing parent and you need to be looked after and you have a son or daughter who feels dutifully that they should look after you because, after all, you've done so much for them, but this somehow, your living with your father or mother prevents you from having a home and a life of your own, naturally you resent this duty, and your parent is well aware that you resent it.
We're going over to a call with another unit. Somebody's called in. There's a truck in a parking lot involved in some drug activities. So we'll go see what the story is on it. Hey, any reason you're blocking the parking lot?
Oh, no, we're waiting on a phone.
You're just blocking the parking lot.
Sorry, there was
here?
a car just parked there. That's why I'm parking.
Okay. You have your license or ID on you?
I got my license.
There's a couple IDs there. Let's see them.
That's yours.
Dang, how many IDs you got?
It's my wife's.
Who's that?
That's my guy that works
Can I
for me.
see it?
Yeah, he works for me.
What do you have his for?
She left it in my truck. He works for me.
Oh, okay. All right. Be right back with you. The driver also had somebody else's license on him, so it's always usually pretty odd when they have that. All right, a couple one's got warrants, so we're gonna get them out. All right, well, I need you to step out for a minute real quick. Turn around, no weapons on you. All right, put your hands right back here. Just gonna make sure you don't interlock your fingers. Interlock them. Step back here for me. Yeah, you got a warrant, a little city warrant for you. They're all felons. He was trying to hide the gun when we walked up on him, so.
This was in this backpack here. Meth or cocaine?
Right. Just a little drug using kit.
Got credit cards, checks, social security cards, IDs that don't belong to any of the people here.
Just a ton of scratch-offs.
Any good ones?
No.
No winners.
So, gun, whose gun belong to? Hey, is gun yours, boss? Do what? Is that gun yours? No? Whose meth belong to? The big bag of meth?
Belongs to him.
Belongs to him? Awesome. So basically they're all felons. By statute, they're not even supposed to be in a vehicle with a gun. Plus the drugs, we'll have to weigh it. It looks pretty close to trafficking amounts. So they're all gonna go to jail for everything that's in there. It's in close proximity to all of them. They'll either be charged with possession with intent or trafficking, depending on the weight. And then any victims that we have here and the gun.
Issues with drugs back here. People sitting in their cars, we're gonna check and see if they're okay. just wrecked. Hey, don't you move! Let me see your hands right now. Let me see your hands. Put your hands on the car. Do not move.
Hey, for prescription.
What was the reason to meet? What? Smell of marijuana, man. What you doing in the woods, homie?
I just threw a cigarette. I just walked right
In the woods?
No, I can't even throw it.
Keep your hands on the hood or you'll be in handcuffs too. What you wreck your car for, man?
I'm trying to pull out and I see the ditch.
All right, man. Can you just put him in handcuffs for me? The subject just threw an item into the woods before being detained.
Where?
It's probably that white thing right there, I'd imagine, but that's... If I can get one of y'all.
I did.
You threw that paper?
Yeah, I threw the paper, but that wasn't no...
That's odd.
Didn't make it too far. Bag of cocaine.
I got out, I smelled marijuana. He didn't want to stop and ended up wrecking his car. 2 subjects got out. The passenger threw an item into the woods that appears to be a bag of cocaine. We're going to continue searching the car. This is your vehicle?
Yes, it's my girl car.
It's your girlfriend's car. Yeah. She's going to be mad.
That's supposed to be a joke.
I'm just letting you know, man. I know mine would be mad. Dang.
Yeah, it's okay. Yours gonna be happy tonight, though.
Oh, okay, good. Jump on in there.
Just weed over here. It's got pills. I found pills in this backpack inside the car. 26 $100 bills.
They look legit monies?
No.
Oh, wow, look at that.
I don't think we start printing Chinese on them.
No. Okay, that's some counterfeits then, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, you know anything about the drugs in the car?
I'm not the prompt money. I do music videos. I be trying to rap, so that's why I have the prompt money in there. But the
It's
weed,
pretty realistic prompt money, man.
no, nigga, that's what I mean. I do prompt. I mean, I do music videos.
Huh?
I do music videos, sir.
Okay, I got you.
So I just think, but the weed, yes, that's my weed.
That's your weed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the driver's being charged with evading arrest, possession with intent to distribute marijuana. The passenger being charged with trafficking, 15 grams, make it trafficking, cocaine base. You gonna man up and take that charge?
I ain't got nothing to say till I see my lawyer, bro. Okay. I ain't got nothing to do with this. Don't get me up this ain't
Cool,
for
man.
my lawyer, man.
Let me find you a seat then. So Highway Patrol's here now. They're gonna handle this collision for us, and we'll be en route to the office to start on this paperwork.
It sounds like these 2 vehicles were racing. The sergeant has one of those vehicles stopped. We have the other one right here in front of us. We'll be doing a traffic stop in a second here.
Information that one of the subjects is going to be in the area. He's got multiple outstanding warrants, including felony warrant. He's been known to carry a decent amount of narcotics and sometimes guns, so we wanted to see if we get eyes on him, safely take him into custody.
Try to get up there.
I think he might be right here in the silver Ford Focus on the north side. Let me see your hands. Roll down the window. Roll down the window. Adam 311, 1059. Keep your hands up. Hey, get off the phone. Get off the phone. Put your phone down. 519 North Sheridan, Silver Focus. Hey, get off the phone.
What are we doing, sir? Sir, what is he doing?
Take him out.
347.
Take him out. He's on the phone. He's got a gun. He's got a knife. He's got a knife. Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. Turn the car off. He's got a warrant. Quit fighting. Hook him up. Put your hands up. Stay in the car. Put your hands up. You got him?
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. You understand me? Put your hands behind your back.
Hands up! Hands up!
Slip. You tried to run.
Keep your hands up.
I stepped on my lace, bro.
Keep your hands up.
Well on yours. Yep, stand up.
Turn around. Turn around. Adam 311 clear.
Adam 311 10-4.
Why would you reach for that knife?
Because I knew y'all were the police. You had a gun pointed at me. Adam 39, you said that check subject on the OHP.
The way that would have been way better is say, hey, sir, I have a knife in my waistband.
Yelling at me because I had a phone in my hand. Like, I had my phone in my hand, and y'all started yelling at me.
Okay. Why'd you try to run?
I slipped on my phone.
You slipped all the way over there?
You started grabbing me, and I was trying not to fall, and I did.
Okay. Let's just relax right there.
Like that, boom. Try to get down.
Okay.
You tackled me.
All right. So the male subject had a felony warrant for auto theft, possession of stolen vehicle, and he's also going to get resisting arrest. She had a few traffic warrants, not a huge deal. She needs to get taken care of. But it was a good day. Everybody's safe. Nobody got hurt. My partner got a little dirty, not too bad.
So this guy almost just hit because he cut right in front of me. We got a headlight out.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Okay, I guess we're just gonna hang out in the KFC parking lot tonight. How's it going, sir?
How you doing, sir?
You got your driver's license on you?
No.
No driver's license?
But you can look at my name.
Well, did you not?
You know,
Okay, did you not see me driving the other way? You turned right in front of me?
You have the lights off. You have all the lights off.
No, my lights are on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. You have a headlight out. Okay, and then
Yes.
you cut right in front of me.
Yeah.
I didn't want to hit you.
No, I'm sorry. You know, this is one of my customers' car. I got it for 6 months. I'm working on the car, okay, and I drive it from. I gotta pick up my kids. I'm coming from a shop at 46th Street.
I understand that. Are you supposed to be driving your customers' cars?
Yes.
Do you have his phone number?
You wanna call him right now?
Yeah, I'd like to talk to the owner of the car to make sure that you have permission of it. I mean,
Daryl? Sir, I'm
I'll
driving.
talk to him. Hey, is this Daryl? Hey, this is Officer Kingery with Lawrence Police Department. How are you?
Okay.
Hey, I've got maybe your mechanic or something, whoever's supposed to be, Fernando's supposed to be working on your car. He's driving your car basically for his own personal business to go out and get chicken sandwiches and stuff for the family. Is he allowed to do that?
Yes, from the shop. I'm testing. I have the computer here.
Step out. Go back there. Go back there. Go back there. Will you pat him down?
Yeah.
He's basically just out driving your car, joyriding it, basically, you know, putting miles on your car, telling you that it doesn't work. The customer who owns this car says he doesn't give this guy permission to drive his vehicle for personal use. And he says he's just going out getting chicken sandwiches. So the customer is actually coming here to get his vehicle. You got a suspended license, man. Okay. All right. Looks like you've got a few tickets.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to pay those tickets.
Yeah.
Because you got a few of them for driving without a license. But you got a few tickets for it, okay? You're gonna get another ticket tonight.
Oh, no, dude.
Okay. Alright, I gotta give you a ticket for operating a vehicle without a license, okay? It's a ticket.
It's gonna go to my
It's not an arrest. Okay?
Is it gonna go to my
It's a
record?
citation. Okay? So you'll have 60 days to pay it.
Okay.
Okay? Just hang tight here, let me talk to him. What's up, man? Yeah, when I stopped him, he was telling me that the car was his at first. And then basically he just tells me he's out going to get the family some food and chicken sandwiches and stuff.
Yeah, see, the thing, well, I mean, it had about, it's been about 3 months.
3 months?
Yeah, he's talking about he had to get the seals for it because we had to send out for it because something, you know, you get everything off the, VIN number.
Right.
Because Ben Baby won't release nothing until, they got the right VIN number and stuff like that. I get all that. He's supposed to be BMW specialist, and I did want to take a BMW because I know how much they're going to charge me, and that's the only reason, to be honest with you, that's the only true reason why I let him work on it.
Right. Well, he's a BMW specialist. He's a specialist in driving them around. Let me get you this incident number and stuff. All right, that's my name. That's the incident number. If you need anything, reference that. Okay.
I appreciate it, man.
All righty. And just do whatever you got to do to get your car back if you want to take it somewhere else.
I think you're speeding up.
Okay. It'll probably be done tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, man. Take care of yourself. All right.
Go ahead.
Lawrence 7-4, I've got a vehicle trying to get away from me, northbound Edmondson, coming up on 42nd. It's a gold Ford Taurus. We're westbound 43rd. I haven't got a plate on it yet. I'm in pursuit.
There's 34's in pursuit, gold Ford Taurus, westbound 43rd from Edmondson.
He's bailing on foot.
Bailing on foot.
Northbound. Show your hands!
Running northbound.
Black male, gray pants. Or gray and black hoodie. Get on the ground, bro! Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
Gray pants, gray and black.
Get on the ground! Dude, I'm gonna light you up, man! Get on the ground! Show your hands!
My bad, bro. I just had weed on.
Hands out to the side!
I'm sorry, I had weed on me.
Got him in front of him. East 43rd, give me one more car, one at gunpoint. Stay there, man. Keep your hands out.
Lawrence, help me out. Where's that at?
I ain't got nothing on there, bro. Just, that's fine. Keep your hands out.
One at gunpoint.
Yeah, weed on me. I'm like, oh.
Cuff him. No, cuff him for me. Where'd you throw the weed, bro?
It might be in the car still. It ain't no roaches, bro. I swear to God.
You ran over roaches.
Man, I'm telling you, hear what I'm saying? I ain't want to go to jail for some.
There's some dumb people out here, but that might be.
I'm one of them, bro. I ain't gonna lie. It just shook me up. That's all. The situation.
Thing is, I didn't even light you up before you took off. You made it obvious.
But I
was just running your plate.
Pull me the in my listen. I'm about to tell you what it is. I just got put up like 3 days ago.
Shut up, bro.
1, 2, 3. I just got put up like that, and they told me like something was wrong with my plate to where they couldn't.
Hey, Lindsay, can you put him in your car, put him in front so I can go find what he threw from me?
Nah, I ain't throw nothing, sir. You can just.
So you just took a lap around this house
I
for
was
the hell of it?
trying to hurry up, get back in the house.
All right, so we were attempting to get behind this car just to run the plate, just because it left a high narcotic gas station and left as soon as we pulled in the parking lot.
They're on 43rd Street.
He made it easy on me. I didn't even get a chance to light him up, and he took off, struck another vehicle. At that point, we activated our lights and got behind him. He continued to flee. He got out here. Apparently, he lives here. Bailed on foot and really just did a lap around the house and caught him right in front. So he's in custody. We're gonna find out why he ran.
That'd be why he'd be running.
All right, I'm gonna grab my camera real quick, Gabe.
Is there any available gun leads on here?
Found her gun. Okay. All right. Well, now we're just waiting on a gun liaison who's certified and a little bit better trained than we are. Then, rather than just simply collecting the gun and put it in a property, they'll come out here, do DNA swabs, fingerprints, all kinds of CSI type stuff, and it helps us get convictions a little bit faster. Suspect's going to jail for felony resist, misdemeanor resist, and then possession of a firearm.
Deputy Lowen got behind a reported stolen vehicle out of Indiana. All right, we're catching up to him. Watch your safety, guys. We're gonna pit it, probably. Just be careful of the traffic. Pit. Get out of this. Get your hands up. Get your freaking hands up. Don't move till you get told to.
Hold your hands.
Get your hands up. Don't move. Don't freaking move.
Hey, hold on. I'm stuck, man. God,
Wait. Watch your crossfire with your weapons. Don't do anything stupid. You understand me? Shut up and get out of the car. Shut up and get out of the car. Down on the ground. All right, Jay, I'll get him. I'll get him.
Hey, bud, come to me.
Come to me. Knees.
Get on your knees.
Turn around, wait for me. Wait for me. Head down your back. Head down your back. Up. Spread your feet.
Oh, buddy. Please. Oh.
I'm checking for guns, man. Screw your wallet. Well, I don't know that.
I know. I'm just telling you, bro.
One female, 3 males, all detained right now in custody. Hey, LT. Oh, yeah.
That might be,
Hi everyone, Donut here. Boy, big damn drunk idiot though. He even aggressively came.
About 23, I'm 10-4.
Well, at least he admitted to the shoplifting. Despite being manhandled, the deputy's super nice to him and talks to him for a few more minutes and even gets him to agree to come down the stairs.
So I'll do whatever the fuck I want.
No, you're not, man. No, you're not. Come on.
Okay.
Come on, let's go.
I'm not gonna fight you.
Turn around.
I'm not gonna fight you.
Turn around then.
I'm stronger than you.
Yeah, and if you hurt me, you're gonna be charged for that.
I don't want to hurt you.
Then come down the stairs, Sean.
I don't want to hurt you.
Come down the stairs.
She gets him downstairs. He sits down at the bottom of the stairs. She tells him to turn around. He says, no, what we got now is passive resistance.
Man, I don't want to hurt you.
Turn around. Turn around.
I don't want to hurt you.
Great. Turn around. Okay, you're gonna get a resisting charge.
Why would you do that?
Because it's the law, Sean.
Just because?
Welcome to the law.
Just because you feel like it. Does it make you feel good? Does it make you feel good?
Don't be fresh to her. She's trying to do your job.
Do you feel powerful?
Oh, God, help us all.
No, it's not about being powerful, dude.
What is it?
You're breaking the law, is what you're doing. Okay? And as soon as the rest of them come in, you're going in handcuffs and you're going to jail.
Who cares?
I'll wait as long as you're willing to wait. They're coming.
Now, when you sober up, you're not going to feel the same way, Sean. You're going to know you made a big mistake.
That's okay. They can come and they can arrest me. And it won't matter.
Great. I will happily take you down to jail. That's where you can stay.
Okay. I never meant to hurt you.
Yeah, you're still not obeying, though. You're not complying. You need to stand up and put your hands behind your back.
I don't mean to hurt you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I hurt you, my whole end.
It is right now?
Well, I'm sorry.
It'd be a lot easier if you would stand up and just put your hands behind your back.
Control. Like this. So we got this job?
They talk for a few more minutes on the stairs, and then she goes in for an arrest. In my opinion, maybe, instead of trying to arrest the guy that kind of manhandled her the first time, just wait for backup. Wait a few more minutes. He doesn't look like he's going anywhere. Or not. I don't know. I was only a cop for a few years, you know. I don't know everything. What would you guys do?
get up.
Delta 23, Delta 5, you 10 4.
I'm placing you under arrest.
Listen to me.
No.
Are you gonna be mean, or you can do this nice? I'm asking you to do.
I'm asking you to put your hands behind your back.
I'm asking you to do this nice.
Get out of the way.
I'm asking you to do this nice.
Hey, wait.
I'm asking you to do this nice.
Let go.
Well, this is a bad position to be in for the deputy. This guy's got, 50 pounds on her, and he's a foot taller than she is, and he's not wrong. He's stronger than her. He's got her by the wrist. He can do whatever he wants to. Seeing as how she was completely controlled by the suspect, she goes ahead and pulls out her service pistol.
Hey, you back up! Put your hands down!
You wanna shoot me, you fucking shoot me.
Put your hands down. Do not tell me what to do.
I know. Can you wait till the
No! Back up! Back up! Back up!
You're making it.
Back up!
The mom's standing over the son. It sounds like the neighbor's saying, hey, please just wait for backup. The officer goes up and kind of pushes mom away, which makes Sean, the drunk, angry man-child, even angrier. And then he rushes the deputy. That's when shots are fired. The deputy fires 2 shots, the first one of which unfortunately hits the mother. The second doesn't hit anything.
Sean!
You don't
No!
touch my mother in my fucking house.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
You fucking hurt my mother.
The guy pins the deputy to the ground. She's able to kick him away, pull her service pistol out. And that's when another Officer Leonidas shows up. Now, we've seen Officer Leonidas before here in my hometown of Charlotte. Officer Leonidas kicked him in the next week. He was tased and taken into custody. It looks like he made a lateral transfer down in Greenville, South Carolina Sheriff's Department, because this looks like the same Spartan kick that we saw up here in Charlotte.
You fucking hurt my mother.
No!
Don't hurt my mother.
Back up!
You don't hurt my mother. You don't hurt my mother. Fuck up, motherfucker. Hey, put your fucking hands up. You want to punch me, motherfucker?
He kicked that man so hard in the head, his boot came off. The backup officer, the secondary guy here, completely dominates the room, kicks him in the face, and then slams on his back so hard it knocks him out. With him being knocked out, the second deputy who arrived on scene was completely able to control the situation and tell her what to do until they got him into cuffs.
Are you alright? Are you okay?
I got shot.
Hey, tell him I'm with you. Sierra 24 is
Sierra 23. Sierra
24.
24 is 10-6. We need 1051.
Where's the gun? Does he have a gun?
No, it's my gun.
Alright. Give me your cuffs. Give me your cuffs. You're alright. Secure your gun. Alright. Are you hurt?
I've been slammed to the ground.
Hey, look at your holster. Look at your holster. There you go. You're alright. Help me secure this motherfucker. Hands out. Fucking piece of shit. Get his fucking hand. Alright, listen. I got his hands. Put him in cuffs, okay? You're alright.
The female deputy we saw throughout the video ended up having a concussion. In the end of it, she was treated and released. The suspect caught some charges, including resisting arrest with assault and battery of a high and aggravated nature, and shoplifting. This whole time, I just feel bad for mom. First of all, she has a son like that. Second of all, she was just trying to calm everybody down and make sure no one got hurt. She ended up catching a bullet, and from what I'm reading, had to go through 10 surgeries so far. As I said, I hope she gets paid very, very well. Well, everyone, so I don't Monday morning quarterback this one too bad. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Other than that, I'm going to be over at twitch.tv/ToneItOperator. Come hang out. Everyone, please have a fantastic day.
Straight whacker.
Now, what do you want to do? Do you want to live your life in such a way that you're always saying to it, you know? Do you want to, is that a good way to conduct things? Or do you want to live your life in such a way that you say, come on, let's go. You see, let's swing this thing. On the one hand, you see, you're always in tension against it. Do you remember I pointed out to you in this morning that the person who's anxious, constantly anxious, is the person who is resisting the flip-flopability of things. Life is vibrating. It's going blip, 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 blip all the time. And the anxious person says, God's sake, don't do that. Because, you know, you might do it too much. I don't want to blip like this. It makes me feel nervous. Stop it. And so, as he puts his weight on this blip, blip, he goes like this. You see, it gets tripping. So instead of saying, come on, let's blip, see, let's go, and do this thing, so in exactly the same way, the person who wants to say, well, you're nothing but some kind of chemicals, and they're just a lot of, you're a bag of pus and blood, basically, with a few bones inside. And that person is doing the same thing, you see, as the person who's putting pressure on the flip-flopability of things, and so he gets anxious. So one of the first stories is that when Bodhidharma, or Dharma, who you see all over Japan as the man with big eyes, a bushy beard, usually dressed in red with no legs, he came to where Bodhidharma was meditating and said, Master, I have no peace of mind. Please pacify my mind. Because he didn't even get in for a long time to ask the question, because Bodhidharma refused to see anybody. Finally, when he cut off his left arm as a token of his sincerity and presented it to the master, Bodhidharma said, you know, all right, what do you want? Well, he said, I have no peace of mind. So Bodhidharma said to this man, whose name was Eka, bring out your mind here before me, I'll pacify it. And Eka said, when I look for my mind, I can't find it. Bodhidharma said, there, it's pacified. Now, somehow this answered Eka's question. And you'll see from the story that I told you that what happened was the disappearance of the problem. Because Eka, when he looked for his mind that was giving him so much trouble, couldn't find it. Now then, these stories go on in the most amazing ways. And I might retail a few, although some of them may be
so
familiar
long
to
for
our
6
fans
o'clock
ones
AM.
that are probably less familiar. Then there was another monk whose name was Gute. And whenever people came to ask him questions about Buddhism, he'd hold up a finger. That was the only answer he'd give. Well, he had an attendant. And one day, somebody came to the temple to inquire about the teaching being given there. And the master was apparently out, and his attendant was there. So the investigator said, "What is your teaching here?" And the attendant held up a finger. Anyway, but actually the master had been there. He was peeking from behind a screen. And so he came out to this boy and said, "What's the fundamental teaching of Buddhism?" And the boy held up a finger. Instantly the master drew a knife and cut it off. And the boy was very dismayed and rushed away yelling. So the master said, "Hey, come back." He came back. He said, "What's the fundamental principle of Buddhism?" And he went to hold up the finger, and it wasn't there. And he was enlightened.